Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 etc. of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 11 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit using the question and answer feature. Our first case for this morning, a protest hearing status, case number 22PRO00080, Kane, license number 113295. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Janine Prime, your access has been elevated. Jeff Jackson, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jeff Jackson here representing the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. And who is Ms. Prime? She's the applicant also? Ms. Prime, can you please
Yes, sir.
introduce yourself for the record, please, ma'am. You're on mute, ma'am. Unmute yourself, please.
I'm Janine Prime with Kane.
Can you spell your name, please, ma'am?
JeaninPrime.
And I see that the ANC, the protestant, is not here. It is, what time is it? It's 10:41. This matter was scheduled for protest hearing at 10:30. Is there anyone from ANC 6C on the line? If there is a representative from ANC 6C, can you please identify yourself for the record, please? And one last time, if there's anyone from ANC 6C, can you please identify yourself for the record? Since there's no one is here, I'm going to make a motion that ANC 6, the protests from ANC 6C be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Short have seconded the motion. We'll now do a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion passes 6-0. What this means, Ms. Prime and Mr. Jackson, is that the ANC, we will issue an order giving the ANC 10 days to provide us reasonable cause why they failed to appear today. If the ANC fail to respond or fail to provide us reasonable cause why they failed to appear this morning, their protest will be dismissed, and administratively, the renewal of your license will move forward. And so therefore, the license will be renewed without any protests by the ANC. Okay. All right. So as I stated before, the ANC has been dismissed at this moment. They have 10 days to provide a written, we'll write an order. They have 10 days to respond to the agency to give us reasonable cause why they failed to appear today. If they refuse to, if that's not done, as I stated before, administratively, the renewal of your license will move forward. Okay. Thank you for being here today. Have a great
Thank
day.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00073 Villa Yara, license number 121278. This case has been canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement, see board order number 2022-674. The next case in our calendar, we now move to our show cause hearing status calendar. And the first case in our show cause hearing status calendar is case number 21-251-00040, living room, license number 769060. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
David Bailey, your access has been elevated. Kevin Lutz, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good morning. Mr. Lutz, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. This is Assistant Attorney General Kevin Lutz for the district.
Mr. Lutz, can you please spell your name, please, for the record?
Kevinlutz.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Bailey, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, please?
David Bailey, spelled D-A-V-I-D, last name Bailey, B-A-I-L-E-Y.
And what is your role in this matter this morning, sir?
I'm representing as the one of the managers at Living Room Nightclub. Unfortunately, the owners cannot be here. They're at another hearing pertaining to the club right now. So I'm just representing as authorizing agent.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. All right, Mr. Lutz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No preliminary matters, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bailey and Mr. Lutz, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on October 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. I just want to advise both parties that 7 days, if this matter goes to a hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, both parties must exchange documents and witnesses to be relied upon at the hearing. If the parties fail to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board might prevent either side from calling witnesses or relying on documents that have not been disclosed unless reasonable cause is shown. Is everyone understood?
Understood, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Bailey? All right, thank you. All right, so if this matter is not settled, see you then on October 26th at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21 CIT 00253 proper 21 license number 113983 and case number 21 CIT 00702, proper 21 license number 113983. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in proper 21, please?
The licensee does not appear to be present.
Is there anyone from proper 21 on the line? Can you please identify yourself for the... Oh, Miss Ioannis is online. Can you elevate her rights, please, Mr. Oriana?
Don Johannes, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Lutz, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Of course. Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. This is Assistant Attorney General Kevin Lutz for the district. That is KEVINLUTES.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Ms. Johannes, can you please identify yourself for the record and your representation, please?
Good morning, Sidon Johannes, here on behalf of the licensee, and that is SIDONYOHANNES.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. All right, we have two cases here for proper 21. So the first case is case number 21 CIT 00253. Are there any preliminary matters in case number 21 CIT 00253?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. The district has been in communication with the licensee, and the licensee and the district have been able to come into an agreement in principle. We are just awaiting execution of the signed offer and compromise, but the district is prepared to read the terms onto the record today.
But so you're saying it doesn't, I'm sorry, it's Ms. Ioannis, are you in agreement with this because we can dispose of it so it doesn't have to be signed? You tell me.
I understood. I believe it does have to be signed, so I would prefer for us to just move forward to the show cause hearing. If a signature is given, we will, take it off the show cause hearing calendar.
So are you saying that your client needs to sign the document?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
All right, fine. I prior to COVID, we did offer and compromise on the record, but that's fine. All right, so so for case number 21, for case number 21 CIT 00253, if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on October 26, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. And all right, so that's for, and just want to remind the parties, if a case number 21 CIT 00253, if that case goes to a hearing on October 26, 2022, both parties are reminded that 7 days prior to the hearing, they need to exchange documents and witnesses. If documents and witnesses are not exchanged, then the board might prevent each side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. If this matter is settled, then of course, a written offering compromise can be provided to the board, and the board will dispose of it on our legal agenda. All right, so let's move on for case number 21 CIT 00702. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairperson, the preliminary matters are the same as both 21 CIT 253 and 21 CIT 702 would be covered by the same global offer and compromise.
All right, so if this matter is not settled, we'll have a show cause hearing that's scheduled for November 2nd, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. And again, if there is no settlement 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing. If that is not done, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. If there is a global written settlement, if that's provided to the board with signatures, then the board will dispose of those cases on its legal agenda. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning, Mr. Lutz, and thank you very much, Ms. Ioannis. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00054, Law Society, license number 83420. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in Law Society, please?
Makan Shirafkan, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Mr. Lutz, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Of course. Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. This is Assistant Attorney General Kevin Lutz for the district. That's KEVIN LUTES.
Mr. Shurkin, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Morning, Makan Shirafkan coming live to you from Fairfax County Hallways Courthouse. It's Makan, M-A-K-A-N. Last name is Shirafkan, S-H-I-R-A-F as Frank, K-A-N as Nancy. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board.
Good morning, Mr. Shirafkan. Mr. Lutz, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. The district and the licensee have conferred and have been able to agree in principle to a global offering compromise, and the district is prepared to read the terms of the OIC onto the record today.
All right, so you said global. So the only case that we were calling today is case number 22 CMP 00054. What other case are you settling today, sir?
The global OIC, including, in addition to 22 CMP 00054, would also include 22 251 00005.
All right, thank you. All right, so what is it what are the terms for the settlement for case number 22 CMP 00054?
Of course. So for case number 22 251 00054, there are two charges. Charge one, it's a failed to follow security plan according to DC Code Section 25823A6. For this, the ABC board will issue a warning. And then for charge two, it was a failed to follow a settlement agreement pursuant to DC Code Section 25823A6. And this would be a $250 fine payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
Thank you. And so what about case number 22 251 00005?
So the charges that I listed out were for 22 251 00005. I'm happy to read 22 CMP 00054 now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lewis. I did ask you to read 22 CMP 00054.
Understood. Apologies, I misheard you.
All right. So, but let's start off, because our calendar has 22 CMP 00054. What are the terms for that specific case first?
Of course. So for 22 CMP 00054, it's a single charge, an exceeded summer garden occupancy limit, which violated DC Code Section 25762 B2. And that would be a $4,000 fine payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
All right, thank you. So that's for 22 CMP 00054. Now, there's another case number 22 251-00005. That case is not on our calendar. However, it's my understanding that there is also a settlement for that case. What are the terms then for that case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. The terms for case number 22-251-00005 are this. Charge number one, it's a failure to follow security plan under DC Code Section 25823A6. The board will issue a warning for this charge. And then regarding charge number two, it's a failure to follow a settlement agreement pursuant to DC Code Section 25823A6. The district will seek a $250 fine payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Sharafkan, it's my understanding that for case number 22 CMP 00054, there's an offering compromise. The offering compromise is that there's a fine of $4,000 payable within 120 days. If that fine is not paid, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. And this settlement also covers case number 22-251-00005. And in that case, there are two charges. The first charge, a warning will be issued. The second charge, there is a fine of $250 paid within 120 days. If that fine is not paid within 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is this yours and your client's understanding of the offer in compromise, sir?
It is our understanding, and we can waive the execution of the actual agreement. I've talked to the client, they were in agreement, and yes.
And is your client also aware that this matter is not appealable? They cannot appeal this. All right.
Yes.
All right. With that said, I will make a motion that the offer in compromise in case number 22 CMP 00054, which is a $4,000 fine payable within 120 days. If the fine is not paid, the license will be suspended. And in case number 22-251-00005, the two charges, the first charge is a warning. There is a fine in the second charge of $250 payable within 120 days. If the fine is not paid, the license will be suspended. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board accepts the offer in compromise in these two cases. Is there a second?
Short, a second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Hanson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Crockett. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passes 5-0-0. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have a good one. Nice seeing everyone.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. Same here.
Chairperson.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CIT 00205 Heights Liquor License number 118369. This case has been canceled due to the approval of an offer in compromise on September 14th, 2022, C Board Order number 2022-666. The next case in our calendar is case number 21 CIT 00139, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, license number 71793. This case has been canceled. This case has been canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CC 00016 Bell Wine and Liquor, license number 95984. This case has been canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CC 00010 Roses Queen Liquors, license number 60822. This case has been canceled due to the board's approval of an offer in compromise on September 21st, 2022, C Board Order number 2022-673. And that thank you for your appearance this morning, Mr. Lutz. Have a great day.
Of course. Thank you. You do the same.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. The next case in our calendar is we have a fact finding here, and this is the Roberts Law Group PPLC, license number 83728. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Jerry McClam Jr., please?
Jerry McLean, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you have a camera, sir?
Yes. Oh, okay, there we go.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Can you spell and state your name for the record?
Jerry McLaren Jr., Jerry MCC LAIRN, Junior, JR.
And who are you, sir? What's your
Representative,
relationship to the Roberts Law Group?
representative for the Roberts Law Group in regards to the license.
Sir, can you look at me and take you have your hand almost on your mouth, so I can't hear what you're saying. Okay, sir? All right.
Representative for the law groups, for the Roberts Law Group in regards to the license.
All right, sir. It's my understanding. All right. It's my understanding that you're appealing the denial of a transfer of a nude dancing license to a new location. The licensing denied the transfer because the new location is near residence. DC Official Code Section 25374 says it should be denied if you're 600 feet from another nude dancing club and located within 600 feet of residence. So theoretically, under 23374, you could be within 600 feet for a resident so long as it's one license. So tell me, what is it? Just tell us what type of license do you have, sir, and what it is that you are asking the board to do today.
So it's a nightclub license with a new dancing endorsement. What I'm asking the board to do is to give tentative approval for the transfer of the license to the location indicated. Based on prior board decisions, opinions by people familiar with DC codes and regs, and everything as it's written, there's no reason why that license shouldn't be able to be transferred to that location.
I mean, what's your basis for saying there's no reason why there's I'm just asking you questions, sir. I'm just asking you questions. So you're asking us to do something, you're saying there's no reason. So what is your reasoning to us by saying there's no reason why this license should not be transferred?
Gotcha. Okay, so the distance from other similarly licensed locations is sufficient according to all rules and regs. So what I believe to be an error sometimes in reading is it says 600 feet or less from another another licensee operating under and 600 feet from a building. So what I and many others believe that to mean is that as long as it's not both, it's allowable. Again, another board decision came down where it says the board finds that the intent of this provision is to prevent two or more nightclub licenses that permit entertainment by nude dancing from locating in a close proximity to each other when there are or soon will be residents living within 600 feet, which is completely understandable. Again, another board, this is directly from, apologies.
I'm not
Consequently,
hearing anything, so I'm not. I see you're looking, but I'm not hearing anything from your end. So
I have a dog and he's barking. I apologize. So
well, I'm
consequently,
saying we're not hearing that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not hearing that. Okay.
thank you. Consequently, while the presence of residential use buildings near the proposed locations are factors that the board will consider and determine whether the granting of the license is appropriate for the neighborhood, that their presence does not preclude the finding of a transfer to a new location application with the board. That was in regards to another licensee in somewhat similar circumstances. I think those words from the board, the words as they're written in black and white, code 25-374, after A1, it says and. By practice, I own a federal consultancy that specializes in financial management and legal services on behalf of federal customers, primarily the Defense Department and the intelligence agency, the intelligence community. And is a very powerful word. When it's not there, it would effectively mean that 1 and 2 must be met individually. But with the and, it seems clear that the provision is there to prevent, as the board already mentioned, is there to prevent basically the crowding of the crowding of these kind of licenses in residential areas. Understandable, and I could appreciate that as well as I think anybody else could. One is enough, but we don't see that as a reason not to allow us to bring our license out of safekeeping and transfer it to this location, which is in the CBD, surrounded by and large, mostly businesses. Even the residential indicated is not particularly close. It's almost out of the range.
Do you have anything else you want to say? I have some additional questions. Do you have anything else you want to present?
So I think I submitted everything in my appeal.
I know you did, but we're having a fact finding here, and so I'm trying to establish a record. So that's what I'm just trying to ask you to put on the record what it is what your arguments are to us. So yes, I'm aware of that, but since we're having this hearing, I'm giving you an opportunity to present this publicly, so we'll know what the position is, and so the board can respond to we're going to issue a board order at some point, either agreeing or denying your petition. So that's why I'm trying to establish this record.
Understood. Okay. So I just click share and I could do it that way. Is that fine?
All right. So you have some documents that you're trying to share with us? Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Is it McLean or McLean?
McLaren, similar, like you could pronounce it like the car.
Mr. McLaren, to share his screen, please.
Your access has been elevated.
Thank you. And I apologize for the Golden Girls being in the back. I can turn the TV off if you like.
Well, that would be nice, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the first document would be the GIS mapping provided by Abra.
You're not sharing your screen at the moment. Yes, okay, now you are. Okay, go ahead.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is the mapping of our proposed location based on the perception of the rules and requirements set forth by the district. No schools, no recreation centers, no libraries, or similarly licensed establishments within 600 feet. And as far as residential, it's one of the few places in DC where it almost, reaches that 600 feet. There's only 2 residential within the 600 feet. One is 548 feet away, and one is 397 feet away. Within 600 feet, but again, we don't believe that to be, it should not be an encumbrance in the license transfer. So that's one. Can I just keep rolling, or do you want me to announce when I'm going to share something else?
Whatever, what time you're able to share your screen, so whatever you want to share with us, go ahead, sir.
Okay, gotcha. So the next would be the District of Columbia alcohol beverage. Actually, let's start with this. Okay. So this is our appeal review of denial of location denial. So obviously this is the reasons we found that it should be allowable and the reason why we appealed. Latest stand is a formal appeal of the attached decision, denial of the request to approve. According to previous board findings, opinions, and orders, this is an inaccurate interpretation of DC Code 25-374. The presence of residential use is not a disqualifying factor for license transfer so long as the subject property is not also within 600 feet of another nightclub license that permits the entertainment by nude dancing. This is supported by DC Official Code 25-374 and made evident by ABC Board Order Number 211-401. So again, I've included below the entire relevant portion of DC Code 25-374, as well as an excerpt from ABC Board Order Number 2011-401, which provides clarity regarding the proper interpretation and intent of DC Code 25-374. Additionally, I'll be attaching ABC Board Order Number 2011-401 in its entirety for your review. Relevant portion being a license under 25-371B may only be transferred to a location in the Central Business District, or if the license is currently located in a CM or M zone district, transferred within the same CM or M zone district as identified in the zoning regulations of the District of Columbia and shown in the official atlases of the Zoning Commission of the District of Columbia, provided that no license shall be transferred to any premises which is located 600 feet or less from another licensee operating under 25-371B and 600 feet from a building with a certificate of occupancy for residential use, or a lot or building with a permit from the Department of Buildings for residential construction at the premises. Excerpt from ABC Board Order Number 2011-401. DC Official Code 25-374A also prohibits the board from transferring a nightclub license that permits entertainment by nude dancers to a location that's within 600 feet or less of another nightclub license that is approved by the board to provide entertainment by nude dancing, and a building with certificate of occupancy, residential use, or a lot or building, okay, same thing. The board finds that the intent of this provision is to prevent 2 or more nightclub licenses that permit entertainment by nude dancers from locating in close proximity to each other when there are or assume will be residents living within 600 feet. In this case, according to the map described above, as well as a review of agency records, there are currently no nightclub licenses that have been approved by the board that permit nude dancing located within 600 feet of the subject property. Consequently, while the presence of residential use buildings near the proposed location are factors that the board will consider in determining whether the granting of license is appropriate for the neighborhood, their presence does not preclude the filing of a transfer to a new location application with the board for the subject property. And that, let me see. So, in our review of location letter, which was ultimately denied by ABRA. It was stated the alcohol beverage. Do you want me to read it in its entire? The Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration has reviewed your request for approval to apply for a new location in which to transfer the ABRA license held by the Roberts Love Group, PA LLC, in safekeeping. ABRA license number is 083728. This license is a Class C nightclub, which has an endorsement for new dancing. As you are aware, there are a number of regulations that govern the transfer of licenses with this particular endorsement. Specifically in Official Code 25-374, Clause A2 stipulates that no license of this type shall be transferred to any premises which is located within 600 feet from a building with a certificate of occupancy for residential use, or a lot or building with a permit from the Department of Consumer Regulatory Affairs for the residential construction at the premises. The licensing division's program specialist, who specializes in analyzing GIS maps to determine the appropriateness of liquor license locations, completed the attached map, which indicates the following residential certificates of occupancy, among others, are located within 600 feet from the proposed location of the license transfer. DuPont Circle Residences, apartment building, 15 DuPont Circle Northwest, and 1745 North Boutique condominium building at 1745 North N Street Northwest. Therefore, in accordance with the regulations, the request to approve 1330, the subject property is location viable for transfer. Reference is denied based on the above mentioned findings. If you feel that the decision was made in error, you and so on. Again, you can't hear that, right?
I can hear some interference now.
Okay. All right. So my apologies for that. So again, the reason for the denial was the presence of residential within 600 feet. That, in my personal opinion, as well as just, I believe clearly runs afoul of previous board decisions and opinions based on the DC official codes. Also, I think it, if you look in the letter, if you look at the letter, it says that the only reason for the denial was specifically clause A2. If you look at DC code, as well as again previous board decision, clause A2 does not stand on its own. It is a supplement to A1. So if a license is attempted to be transferred to a location that has another similarly licensed establishment within 600 feet, then clause 2 kicks in. It is not a reason for rejection or denial on its own. Again, back to the reason for the appeal. And lastly, if you would like to go through the entire board decision 211-401, advisory opinion and order based, so this.
You don't need to go through. It was an advice. It's the case you're relying on. It's not a board decision per se. It's a board order, but it was an advisory. Someone had sent and so it's case number 2011-401. Someone had presented requested an advisory opinion from the board on a proposed, what they were considering to say whether or not this was appropriate. So so that's fine.
Gotcha.
All right. Anything else you want to say?
Not at the
Anything
moment.
else you want to say?
Not at the moment. I
You can
appreciate
close
that.
your screen, please, sir.
Okay. I don't know how to do that.
Just close here,
Stop
stop
sharing.
sharing. All right, so your position is that there is a board order 2011, an advisory opinion, board order 2011-401, that basically stated that you could have a nude license, your type of license could be issued, provided that type of license was not issued, was not issued within that area. And if there are no residents, and you're saying those are two separate clauses. It's not, the and means that both provisions don't have to both provisions would not have to be included for the license not to be issued. So you're saying that either the license should be issued based on the advisory opinion that was issued by the board in 2011, that the license should be, and your application was denied because we stated that because residents were living within 600 feet of the proposed location, that the license could not be issued. Is that correct? So because our denial to you was that the only reason that we denied it was because residents were living within 600 feet of the proposed location. And so you're saying that our interpretation of the law in this denial conflicts with an advisory opinion that we issued, which was 2011-401.
Yeah. More so, I don't say this to be rude.
You're making an argument, so you don't have to preference your statement. You're making the argument, so go ahead.
It runs in contrast to English language, and any kind of it runs in contrast to English language. It runs in contrast to the way a lot of different codes, DC and otherwise, are written in red, and the majority of legal opinions are interpreted because of the ampersand and the and. One is a continuation, one is an addition. When they both exist, that you can, so they're either individual and they stand on their own, ampersand, or they or collaborative, and one is ostensibly intertwined with the other, ampersand and and.
And I'm aware that the board is aware of board order 2011-401, and then the board also issued a decision, board order 2020-267, recently, that was in conflict with the interpretation of the statute in case number 2020-267, was in conflict with our interpretation in case number 2011-401. And so therefore, we're having this fact finding here because the board issued two decisions that conflicts. And so you're asking us to go with the advisory opinion that was issued 2011-401 that supports your position that
yes.
I'm sorry, sir?
Question. So obviously I'm familiar with 211-401. What is the other case number?
2020-267. I thought you were also aware of that case too, which was just issued, yeah.
I'm not sure. So when you say just issued, how recently?
2020.
Well, clearly, but like within like the last few days, few months,
2 years, 2020, 2020.
Oh, 2020. Oh, I thought it was 2020. So 2020, 267. I may have read it. I may be aware of it. There's a lot going on, so I was trying to focus on what made the best argument for me.
I'm just fine. I'm just pointing out we're having this fact finding here because the board has issued two conflicting decisions. That's all I'm saying, and so therefore,
which I appreciate.
And so we need to issue a decision that clears up the conflict. And so what you have done is that you're appealing our decision to deny your case, which was similar to the decision that was made by the board in 2020-267. And so which was utilized to deny your case, but you're saying that we did issue a decision 2011-401, which supports your position. And so that's why we're having this fact finding hearing today, so we can clear up what is our interpretation of the law in the sense of what 25-374 1 and 2 exactly means. When you're saying that "and" is that it doesn't mean both needs to be in existence. It's either or. I believe that's what you're saying.
Yes, sir. I mean, I believe the "and," you know, and supports that, but I also believe that, so I believe the "and" supports that, just simple interpretation. But then, like, in the board decision, they actually went as far as to say what the intent was. Just realistically, if that intent makes perfect sense. No, you don't want to effectively have a strip club district, especially not where there's residents. You know, completely understand that. But the other thing is, so if the latter is true, then the intent can only be to make it impossible for these licenses to ever do business or be located anywhere in the district, because there is nowhere in the district that meets all of the requirements. I mean, the DC is only so big, there's only so much land, so developers develop. To find something in the CBD already is a small area of land that meets all of these requirements. It's exhaustive to say, at the minimum it's exhaustion, but in reality it's I don't see how it's possible. Unless you put it like literally on the White House grounds. I mean, then possibly you can get away with it.
All right. I hear you, sir. I as I said before, I'm just asking you to you made your argument, and clearly there's some merit while we're having this fact finding hearing, and so therefore it's not, the board has not stated that we don't know what the decision is going to be. So we're not stating that we agree or disagree with you. It's that, and you have brought a contrary decision, a contrary advisory opinion that was made, which was in conflict with the denial of your application. And so therefore we need to address that issue, okay? All right. Are there any questions by any board members regarding this issue? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McLaren, your testimony was conflicting to me, in that you are stating that this new license where you wanted to, or where you want to transfer this license and have it reopened, how many feet away is it from? And that's at 1745, what is this, 1145 N Street Northwest? Is that the address you're applying for?
No.
What address are you applying for?
1337 Connecticut Avenue, Northwest.
1337 Connecticut
Yes,
Avenue. Okay, now, for the record, how many feet are any residences from 1337 Connecticut Avenue Northwest?
Closest is 397 feet. That will be 1745 North Street Northwest. The second is 548 feet. That's 15 DuPont Circle Northwest.
So is your testimony that you're not 600 feet, which would the application address you're applying for is not 600 feet from these residences. Is that correct?
It's my testimony that my distance from these residents is moot.
What does the law say about the distance from a nightclub with nude endorsement? What does the law say about nightclubs with a nude endorsement from residences? What does the law say?
The law says 600 feet or less from another license operating under 15-371B and 600 feet from a building with a certificate of occupancy for residential use, or a lot or building with a permit from the Department of Buildings for residential constructions at the premises. Two criteria that must be met.
So does that conflict with your application for 1337 Connecticut Avenue?
Oh,
you
absolutely.
You said there are two criteria.
All right.
Does your application
conflict?
Does your application apply with that you're applying for? Is they're not 600 feet away from residences? Is that correct?
Okay, you're asking two different questions. So you said, is it 600 feet from residences? No. Does it conflict with DC code?
Let me restructure that question.
Okay.
You want the board to grant a license, correct?
So the license already.
Wait a minute. I asked a question. You want the board to grant you a license, correct?
No, Mr. Short, he has a license. He wants the board to allow him to transfer the license.
And yeah, to transfer the license to 1337 Connecticut Avenue.
Yes, sir.
My question then to Mr. McLaren is, how many feet is it from 1337 Connecticut Avenue Northwest to any residence in that community?
The closest is 397 feet. The next closest is 548 feet.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren. That's very clear. Mr. Chair, that's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by any other board members?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Just so I understand the research you have done to bring your concerns forward to us today, have you looked at any of the current operating CNs with a new dancing endorsement to see if they fit the argument you're saying? And if they do, it might be enlightening to me to know that it's not just the words you're trying to interpret, but you have looked at other current licensees. So did you take the time to do that to see if any of them fall within the way you interpret this section?
Are you referring to operating licensees or licensees and safe people?
I think the question that's been asked, sir, are there any other nude dancing establishment within the area you want to transfer your license to? That's what he's asking you.
Oh, okay, got it. So yes, I've actually done extensive research. I've actually got GIS mapping from ABRA, as well as DCRA, and we also hired a surveyor. There are no similarly licensed establishments within 600 feet of where we would like to locate our license.
Help me understand. You're saying that the research you were able to do, there's no existing licensees with a new dancing endorsement that fits the argument you're making.
Okay.
In other words, you're using the "and" as the rationale that both of these 1 and 2 have to be operating at the same time, being "and," right? So did you look at other current establishments that have this endorsement to see that, using your interpretation, that there's such an establishment operating?
Right. Okay. So if the establishment is already operating, it doesn't fit. No. Because if you look at it, it's strictly for transfer. It's not for license. It has no bearing on licenses that are currently being operated. it does not apply.
Not when, okay, I appreciate your statement. Thank you.
So, but to expound on that, I'm very much aware that there are locations in DC, Empire, our Archibalds, and the other club, all within 600 feet of each other, but they are also grandfathered in, and they are also operating. Now, if a licensee was to attempt to transfer into that same 600, within 600 feet of those locations, like I said, I would have no argument. Like I don't have children, but I don't believe in any city, DC or otherwise, you should crowd them together and make what essentially becomes a strip club district. It prevents good business. I could see how it could create a seedy kind of environment. But yes, so the DC code in question does not have anything to do with operating businesses, only the transfer of licenses. And so, yeah, there's that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions by any of the board members? All right, here none. Any final comments you want to make, Mr. McLaren?
Only that I genuinely do appreciate the board's time and attention to this matter, as I said in my email, in my appeal, and this true sentiment. I believe there should always be room for discourse and discussion in regards to stuff like this. Alcohol licenses in general, but also with new dancing as it pertains to residential. There's reason for and room for that discussion. But the law is the law as it's written. And as it's written, it supports my opinion. Now, if it's changed, it's changed. But as it's written, it supports my opinion. You can say if you choose to dwell on a single fact rather than the situation in its entirety, yes, it is within 600 feet of residential. Like the mapping and reality support that. But is that cause for denial? No. I mean, just like the previous board decision says, while the presence of residential use buildings near the proposed location are factors that the board would consider in determining whether the granting of the license is appropriate for the neighborhood, their presence does not preclude the filing of a transfer to a new location with the board. Also, I think in provision A, and it goes so far as to say may only be transferred to a location within the central business district, or obviously a district they're already currently operating in. That supports the opinion that the intent of this is to find suitable locations rather than to prevent transfer of operation. Personal, I mean, that part is opinion, but the rest is law or code, rather.
Edit?
I think so.
All right, Mr. McLaren, thank you for bringing this to our attention. The board will take this matter under advisement, and so we will issue a decision whether or not we will affirm our decision to deny your request, or we will change if we change our position. And so this is the process. If we either will deny it, if the board determines that your interpretation based on our advisory opinion that was issued in 2011, if that is appropriate, then the board will issue a decision to placard your transfer, and that would go through that process. So we'll take this matter under advisement and issue a decision what the next step is toward this matter. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So can I ask one thing in regards to board decision, whatever that may be? If the board decision is in my favor, would it be possible for us to be granted, like, in regards to similar licenses that are currently in safekeeping, not operational, but in safekeeping? Would we be able to say that the board decision is exclusive to us and our license, at least for a specific time period?
Well, I mean, the bottom line is that you have informed the board that you found a location, and that this is the location that you want to transfer your license in. So therefore, whatever decision is issued, we would tell you that yes, your interpretation is correct. You have found that you have the location, and so therefore you can move forward. This location will be placarded.
No, the only thing what I'm trying to prevent is being unduly encumbered. Like, so let's say you say yes, I can move forward with that location. Now I don't want every person with a license safekeeping trying to use my efforts to try to take my location, or I don't want to be unduly encumbered, or I want to protect myself as best I can.
Well, as I said, sir, I don't know what decision the board is going to make, but the bottom line is that you have to inform the board that you have an address, and whatever decision the board makes, the board is going to say your interpretation of the law is correct. If the board says that your interpretation of the law is correct, then what the board will do is that say, yes, you're correct. And so therefore we can now, this specific address can be placarded. Okay. Your application for this specific address can be placarded. That's what that will mean. Now, I don't know what anyone else is going to do, but whatever decision, whatever you have said to the board, that I found a specific address. I want to move my license into this specific address. And so the board, if the board agrees with you, the board will say to you, you can move forward with your transfer application for this specific address. And what that means is that it will be placarded. So therefore, we will tell the community that you are moving your license into this address.
Got it.
So that would be the practical matter of whatever, if we were to rule in your favor.
That would be procedure.
That would be the procedure to be followed. It would, which is for anyone who comes to the board. So any licensee who applies for a license or applies to transfer a license, because so based on where you are in the license period, because I don't think based on where you are in the license period, so therefore we will advise the community that a license is, and it's not just a nudity license, it's any license.
Yeah, no,
any type of license. So we would not be picking your license class specifically. We would follow the same procedures for any type of license by saying that, okay, fine, by placarding this specific location.
Gotcha.
And so, but unless some other nudity license has a contract or have a lease for the same license at the same location you have, or if someone else found another location within that same vicinity, but that's not something that, but again, it's a matter of.
No, I got it. I got you. I appreciate the clarity.
All right. Okay. So we'll, as I stated before, the board will take this matter under advisement, and we will issue a decision issue a decision on your appeal of the denial of your transfer request.
And I appreciate that. I
right.
appreciate your time. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your time.
Have a great day, sir. Thank you very much.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we are at the end of our morning calendar. So since we're at the end of our morning calendar, let us now do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated September 22nd, 2022. This is between the Citizens Association of Georgetown, Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, and Yellow license number 121932. I make a motion that we approve this settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call. We'll now have a roll call. We'll now do a roll call. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of request to withdraw protest in case number 22 PRO 00098. This is for Church Key, license number 080839. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter, number 3, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated September 26, 2022. This is for case number 21 CIT 00139. This is for the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon Valor Group Pub. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge number 1, no owner or ABC manager on duty in the establishment while alcoholic beverages were being sold during the license operating hours. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. There's a fine of $250 payable within 120 days, or the establishment's license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated September 30th, 2022 for case number 21 CIT 00704. This is Service Bar license number 103008. The offer in compromise for this case is charge number 1, no ABC manager, statutory authority 25701. The term is a written warning. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing date October 4th, 2022 for case number 21 CIT 00263. This is for Green Island Cafe Heaven and Hell, license number 074503. The offer in compromise for this matter is that the Charge number 1, provide live music in violation of Mayor's Order 23 DCMR Section 810.3M, Statutory Authority DC Code Section 25823A1. There is a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 6, review of the offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated October 4th, 2022 for case number 22 CC 00016, Bell Wine and Liquor, license number 095984. The offer in compromise is as followed. Charge number 1, sale to minor, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25781. The fine, number 1, there's a $3,000 fine within 60 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Number 2, suspension. Respondent's ABC license shall be suspended for 10 days, with 4 days to be served consecutively, and 6 days stayed for 1 year. The date of the 4-day suspension to be served shall be January 1st, 2023 through January 4th, 2023. The ABC license suspension shall be lifted at 9 a.m. on Thursday, January 5th, 2023. There's an error in the OIC. The other term, all employees who sell, serve alcoholic beverages in a licensed establishment shall complete an alcohol training within the 3 months from the date of the OIC. There's an additional suspension. Respondents shall also serve 5 consecutive days activated from case number 22 CC 00010. The days of the 5-day suspension to be served shall be Saturday, October 8th, 2022 through Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. The ABC license suspension shall be lifted at 9 a.m. on Thursday, October 13, 2022. Charge 2, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25783. There's a fine of $2,000 paid within 60 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 3, failure to keep a licensed ABC manager on duty at all times, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. There's a $250 fine within 60 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. That is the term of the OIC. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 7, review of the Glover Park Moratorium Zone Notice of Second Emergency and proposed rulemaking. And so I make a motion that the board approves this second notice of emergency and proposed rulemaking on the Glover Park Moratorium notice. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Excuse me, Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review of application for safekeeping of license. This is for L Street Market, license number 079164. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2023. Is there a second?
Short, a second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for the Roberts Law Group PLLC. This is for license number 083728. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2023. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request to expand the premises to include the contiguous premises on its east side to increase total occupancy load from 232 to 368. The summer garden will not increase. This is for Franklin Hall, license number 103899. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Short has agreed, and Mr. Short has stated that he's in agreement. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Crockett. I'm sorry, Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review application for an entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises only. This is for Chaco Spirits, license number 117128. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short has indicated that he's in agreement. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review request to remove the Sidewalk Cafe endorsement from the license as its space will be a summer garden instead of a sidewalk cafe. This is for Marcelino, license number 119120. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short has indicated that he's in agreement. Mr. Crockett. I'm sorry, Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review application for summer garden endorsement with 26 seats in lieu of original requested sidewalk cafe. This is for Marcelino, license number 119120. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will
Crockett
second.
seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. All right, Mr. Short is frozen. Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Did I call you Mr. Cato? Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Short? Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review application for the carryout application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Aslin Bear Company, license number 118555. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 9, review request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement from the license. This is for Mess Hall, license number 095398. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement from the license. This is for Anna Restaurant and Bar, license number 098684. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, review request to withdraw the application for a new ABC license. This is for the house at 1229. Its license number is 122407. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is the review request for a refund of $260 overpayment for the temporary license. This is for Adam Frank, license number 122648. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2 on our supplemental license agenda, request to rescind approval of license as fees have not been paid and renewal paperwork has not been submitted. This is for I'm Still Hungry, license number 119324. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our notice of cease and desist agenda. The ABC board will be issuing orders to cease and desist to the following license for the reasons outlined before. Sanbo X Restaurant, license number 110062. The licensee did not complete the renewal application process and is operating on an expired license. I make a motion that the board issues a cease and desist order for this licensee. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. Excuse me. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. I will go through the whole list. At the end of the list, I'll make a motion that we cancel these licenses. The first establishment is Eats Place, license number 092701. The licensee requests a cancellation. The second establishment is Rocky and Company Wines, license number 109807. The licensee requested cancellation. Number 3, Matt's Market, license number 080006. Licensee requested cancellation. The next one is Some Stock, license number 112287. Licensee requests cancellation. Then we move on to Beer and Lounge 54, license number 115953. Licensee requesting cancellation. Next one is Toki Underground, license number 118153. Licensee requested cancellation. St. Arnold's Muscle Bar, license number 088441. Licensee did not pay the safekeeping fee. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board cancels those licenses. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day license and substantial change docket. There are 14 applications on this docket. I will review the names of all 14 licensees, the type of license that's been requested, the date, the name of the request, the date, and the license number and the attendees at the end of the list. I will make a motion that we grant these licenses. So the first request is made by Susan Panett. She is requesting a one-day license class F. This is a fundraiser for small nonprofit organization. This is on October 12, 2022. The license number is 122725, 200 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 2, a request from Shah Orion Rafi, Sahakyan, last name Raffi, a one-day license class F. Festival for the parish. This is on October 7th and October 8th. License number is 122744, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 3, request from Dwayne Osborne, one-day license class F. For the Van Gogh Expo. This is October 6th through the 7th through the 8th, and then for October 9th. License number is 122773, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 4, Amanda Malloy, Malloy, a one-day license class F. Ghost tour of the Octagon Museum. This is on October 22nd, 2022. The license number is 122773. Believe it's 40 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 5, Jennifer Curie, one-day license class G. It's celebration of the 10th annual Dash for Charity. This event was scheduled and approved for September 14th by the ABC board. This is down at the Wharf, so the new date is October 16th, 2022. The license number is 122761, 25 attendees, 15 security guards. Number 6, request from Marty Tatman, a one-day license class G. Reception for Wyoming natives. This is on October 22nd, 2022. The license number is 122727, 225 attendees, 8 security guards. Number 7, request from Justin Deckelbaum, Deckelbaum, a one-day license class G. This is for a gala on October 6th, 2022. The license number is 122728, 50 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 8, a request from Robert Jordan, social event with DJ. This is on October 8th, 2022. The license number is 122726, 150 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 9, Patrick De Batista, one-day license class G, LGBTQ dancing, November the 19th, 2022. License number is 122757, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 10, another request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, LGBTQ dancing, December 3rd, 2022. The license number is 122760, 200 attendees for security guards. Number 11, Daniel Tesfaye, Tesfaye, one-day license class G, party with a DJ. This is October 7th, 2022 and October 8th, 2022. The license number is 122796, 150 attendees, 6 security guards, and this will be monitored by the Enforcement Division. Number 12, a request from Duke's Grocery, one-day substantial change. One-day substantial change to use license off premises at Union Market, 1309 5th Street Northeast. This is on October 8th, 2022. The license number is 092298. The substantial change license number is 22SC00989, 500 attendees, 8 security guards. Number 13, Ella Wood Fire Pizza LLC, one-day substantial change. They want to use their license off premises at the International Spy Museum, which is at 700 Lafont Plaza Southwest. This is on October 9th, 2022. The license number is 298. And the substantial change license number is 22SC00990, 300 attendees with six security guards. And number 14 is a request from Kenneth H. Nash, Post 8 American Legion, a one-day substantial change license. This is a reception, October 22nd, 2022. The substantial change is to serve beer and wine outside on brick pavement, adjacent to the post on D Street, Southeast Side. Area to be restricted, sidewalk not blocked. License number is 000643. The substantial change license is 22SC01001. 75 attendees throughout the day, 5 security guards. I make a motion that ABC Board grants those issues of licenses. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the
Seconds.
motion. Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis has indicated he's in agreement. Mr. Anderson, in agreement. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our supplemental docket. There's one other case on our supplemental document. This is a request from Charles Coulomb, Coulomb. This is for a one-day license class F. This is for the Capital Jewish Museum Festival. This is on October 9th, 2022. The license number is 122815. 2,000 attendees throughout the day with 10 security guards. And the enforcement division will monitor this event. So I make a motion that this license be granted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Are you there, Mr. Short?
I'm back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Short is in agreement. Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rocky Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis has indicated that he's in agreement. Mr. Anderson is in agreement. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the licensing administrative docket. The licensing administrative docket is the final process in the issuance of licenses. And so there are 21 licensed applicants on this docket. I'll review all 21 names. At the end of the list, I would make a motion that the ABC Board approve the issuance of these licenses. So the first applicant is District Winery Anna Restaurant and Bar, license number 098684. Their Retail SE Tavern let off request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement. Number 2 is the Pub and the People, license number 094089. Retail SE Tavern let off request to remove the officer Nicholas Barnell. Number 3, Present Company, license number 113496, Retailer C Tavern, let off request to remove the officer Nicholas Burnell. Number 4, The Passenger, license number 100573, Retailer C Tavern, let off request to remove the officer Philip Jablonka. Number 5, a request from William Hill Sportsbook, license number 117580, Retailer C Tavern, change of officer application, Thomas R. Reeg, Director and CEO, Anthony L. Carano, Director, President, and CEO, Emmanuel L. Quatman, Quatmann, Jr., Executive Vice President, CLO, CEO, Secretary, Brett D. Yunker, Treasurer, and CFO. Number 6, Exiles, license number 102051, Retailer C Tavern, letter of request to remove the officer Daniel J. Price, member, and Stephen Fedorchak, Fedorchak, member. Number 7, this is Logan Bragg has requested a personal importation permit application. The license number for this personal importation permit is 22 IMP 00028. Number 8, District Kitchen, second time, license number 115531, Retailer C Tavern, entertainment endorsement application. Number 9, Ozia Martini and Cigar Lounge, license number 117218, Retailer C Nightclub, sports wagering endorsement application. Number 10, Vint, license number 118313, Retailer B Internet, change of class application from a B1 to an A1. Number 11, Hill East Burger, license number 122788, Retailer C Tavern, transfer with sale application. Number 12, Bronze DC, license number 121843, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 13, Pace and Rind Cheese Company, license number 122723, Retailer C Tavern, transfer without sale application. Number 14, Latia Pepper, license number 120905, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 15, His and Hers Restaurant DC, license number 121770, Caterers license, new ABC license application. Number 16, Woodridge Vets Liquors, license number 122798, Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale application. Number 17, Mima's Liquor Store, license number 121853, Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale application. Number 18, Tiber Creek Wine Bar and Kitchen, license number 105738, Retailer C Tavern, stock transfer application. Number 19, Washory Room, WASHOKU Room, license number 122181, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 20, Olio, OLIO, license number 122182, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. And number 21, Le Grande Boucherie, BOUCHERIE, license number 122175, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. I make a motion then that ABC Board grants these applications. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Grandis has indicated that he's in agreement. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We're now at the end of our agenda items for the morning. I would like to thank all members of the public who have participated in our hearings this morning. And I now, the board will be in recess until 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. I now direct all board members to return to executive sessions for further development. Have a great morning. and I will see you at 1:30. The public, and again, I'll see the board in executive session immediately. Thank you. Have a great day. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairman of the Board. Join me this afternoon are 5 of the board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Ed Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. And before we get on the way, I think there are 5 cases that are currently on our calendar, and we will go through the calendar and deal with each case as appropriately. But before we go to our calendar, we have another agenda item that we will address. We have the supplemental legal agenda, and the first supplemental legal agenda that we have today, it's a review of an offer in compromise offer in lieu of a hearing dated October 4th, 2022 for case number 22 CIT 00222 assets. I'm sorry. For assets. And the offer in compromise for assets is the OIC terms are fail to comply with the mayor's order, section 810.2K and N. Statutory authority, DC Code section 25823A1, there will be a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approves this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote for the motion. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson. I'm sorry, what did you say, Ms. Henson? All right, so Ms. Henson has indicated that she agrees. Mr. Grandis.
I do not agree.
Mr. Grandis disagree. And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-1. Thank you very much. All right, so let's move then to move back to our calendar. The first case in our calendar is case number 21 CIT 00236, the Green Island Cafe Heaven and Hell, license number 74503. This case is canceled due to an offer in compromise that was provided to the board, and the board accepted the offer in compromise on our legal agenda this morning. The second case is case number 20 CIT 00222, assets license number 113585. This case has been canceled due to an offer in compromise that was just approved by the board on its supplementary legal agenda earlier this afternoon. The next case in our calendar, protest case number 22 PRO 00082, the Avery license number 121441. This case has been canceled and rescheduled. The hearing is now October 19th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00064 El Centro DF, license number 604. This case has been canceled due to the fact that a settlement agreement was provided to the board for its consideration. And the last case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00049, Thompson, Washington, D.C. Anchovy Social Malinero Mayor, license number 114613. This case has also been canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement to the board for its consideration. So we are now at the end of our agenda item for the day. Our calendar items for the day. And if there's no further calendar items, then we will adjourn for the day. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on October 19th, 2022. On October 19th, 2022, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal license and investigative agenda for October 19th, 2022, as published in the DC Register on October 14th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson has agreed. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. The ABC Board is now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today and the board members for their attention to the matters on our calendar today. We're now adjourned for the day, and I now ask that all board members return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.